Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. Some prep work that we're working on this morning, we're pulling out cane. Well, currently we already pulled one piece, stretched it across the ladders. We'll let it rest before we use it. Here on the right side of the hot shop, we have some hands-on experiences. These guests have signed up to blow their own, to blow your own workshop. So they're creating, I think, floats today in the hot shop on the hot shop floor. So if you're interested in participating, feel free to sign up at the visitor service desk. And now we're going to pull out some more cane. This cane is only clear, so we'll attach it to the post. So stretch it across the ladders. Cane is used to add designs to the surface of glass. So this is how you get lines in the surface of the glass. On the right side of the hot shop here, we have our guest. They're doing the by the furnace exercise where you can blow your own item today on the hot shop floor. You'll be able to take it home when it's done. We'll send it out to you, or you can pick it up. And then here in the middle of the hot shop, we're preparing to make a piece, and so that prep work consists of pulling cane, chopping the cane down. Once we chop the cane down and it's prepped, we'll be able to reincorporate it into the process. So we'll roll it onto the surface of the glass, and that is how we'll get lines in the glass. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the day, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. As we get the process started, we first have to start by heating up the steel rod, the blowpipe, and then we'll be able to dip into the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. You'll see she'll open the door to the furnace and rotate that steel pipe. All of the glass inside of the furnace is clear, but when it comes out, it looks orange. That's just because it's hot. The glass rests at about 2,100 degrees inside of the furnace. On the right side of the hot shop here, we have our hands-on blow your own experience here in the hot shop. So if you have any interest in signing up today to be able to create your own item, you're welcome to sign up at the front desk. We'll dip back into the furnace to add some glass around the first gather. We'll set the glass up and then she'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. She'll go in with the block to help cool down those walls and shape the glass. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. She'll cap the pipe and a bubble will come out of the end, similar to the shape of a balloon. And this is how we start hollow pieces in glass. They knock the float off of the pipe to lay it onto a cookie there at the hands-on workshop. And that is how a float is created. Here at the middle bench, we're preparing some pattern to be rolled up over a clear bubble. The pattern that will roll up over the clear bubble will add color to the surface of the glass. If you have interest in doing the hands-on workshops, be sure to inquire about the price at the visitor service desk and they'll let you guys know. So now that we have this clear glass hot and ready, we're going to take it over to the cane that we pulled earlier and we'll rotate it over the bubble. If we could maybe move the camera to the far left side of the hot shot, we could watch them roll up the cane. Thank you so much. So as you can see, we've rolled up these pieces of cane. These canes they're clear and orange, so it'll have some space in between the colors. This will give us color and pattern in the surface of the glass. So we'll go in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot. As you can see, it's super duper orange, which translates as very hot, very soft, so she can continue to shape the glass on the table or the bench. That reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only used to keep the glass hot. There's no molten glass inside of the reheating chambers in front of the bench, only inside of the furnace. So now she'll carve into the glass, pulling the bubble away from the end of the pipe. As she carves into the end of the glass there, she's creating a jack line. That motion is to create a line of tension so we can take the glass off of the pipe at a different point in time. Those large jacks are designed for shaping and carving into the glass. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to continue to expand the bubble. And then she'll shape the glass with the papers. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water to allow her to shape almost as if she's using her bare hand. There on the right side of the hot shop, they're dipping into the furnace. Can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She'll start to paddle the bottom. It's important to shape the bottom before we're able to shape the top. So we're working on the bottom portion right now. So now we'll prepare to take this bowl off of the initial blowpipe we started with to be able to work on the opposite side. So we're going to transfer it. So we'll tap the pipe to release the glass from the initial blowpipe. Now we'll be able to start to open up the top. I believe we're going to add a little cup of color on the top portion. So encamoing means to graft the two pieces together. So you'll see in a moment he'll bring out a little color cup. So this will give us a really clean attachment of an additional band of color. If you're interested in coming down onto the hot shop floor and making your own glass float today, you're welcome to sign up at the front desk. So we're having hands-on experiences here on the right side of the hot shop, and in the middle of the hot shop, we're making a bowl currently. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. My name is Emily. I'll be happy to answer your question. We'll go back and we've gone back into the reheating chambers to get the glass nice and hot. Whenever it's visible as very, very orange, that means it's really hot and soft. When this bowl cools down, it will be a really pretty orange color with some clear in the in between. We're going to add a solid wrap around the top, a solid encamo color around the top. She'll put the jacks into that small access point and slowly start to open it up. As she angles her hand and rotates back and forth, it'll help widen that little access point. So we'll bring over the additional color, place it on the lip of the bowl. We'll use the papers to help set it up, shape it, and then in a moment we'll be able to release that additional rod, adding a little water there to the jack line, tapping it, and releasing the extra pipe. This will give us a beautiful blue lip of the bowl. You'll see as she begins to open it up a bit more. For all my youth visitors in the audience, we have a really cool program here where you can apply to the Kids Design Glass program. In the Grand Hall, there are application sheets, and that program is designed for youth 12 and under to create an illustration, submit it to the Hot Shop team, and if your piece is chosen, then one piece will be made here in the Hot Shop, and the other piece will be you'll be able to take home with your family. You can see more of these works in our art alley in the museum. So if you're interested in creating like fine artists do, be sure to apply to the Kids Design Glass program. The only thing is you have to be 12 and under. He'll use the tool in his hand to blow some air into the vase. Sometimes, if we need a little extra air, we'll have to use a tool to assist us. That's known as a soffietta. It's a little puffer tool. These jacks that she's using are similar to the larger jacks, but they have wood on them, so we'll refer to them as the lumberjacks. They'll allow her to go in and touch the inner walls and shape the bowl without leaving any sort of marks on the glass. Now, now Max will suit up to get ready to catch the piece off of the pipe. So we hit it with a little bit of fire there with the hot torch to get it nice and hot before we put a little bit of water on the back of that connection point to tap it off of the pipe. I don't think you know. We'll knock it off the pipe, hit it with the hot torch, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Everything we stamp with the Museum of Glass logo is available in the store. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then he'll take it over to the box where, as you can see, we've been putting the items inside of the annealing ovens because they have to rest there and cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And that is how a bowl is made. And we'll do it all again in just a moment. On the right side of the hot shop, if you have any interest in making your own hands-on float today here in the hot shop, you're welcome to sign up at the visitor service desk. So we're going to do the same thing again with, we'll start by laying down the pattern of the cane. We'll roll the cane up over the bubble. This is how we'll have those lines on the surface of the glass. So give them just a moment to prepare the pattern, and then we'll start the process. Earlier this morning, we pulled out cane, and cane is long. We laid it across the ladders here on the ground, and now we've cut it down. It was orange on the in the core. This one's black, but this is what it looked like. So now on the far left side, they're prepping it. They'll get it nice and warm in a minute for her to be able to pick up and roll over the surface of a clear bubble. It'll give us stripes pattern in the surface of the glass. So now that we've dipped into the furnace and gathered up some glass, we'll be able to start the bubble portion of the vessel that we're working on. And then there on the right side of the hot shop, Sky is gathering some glass to be able to cut a cookie. When he cuts the cookie, she'll be able to put the float onto the top of the cookie, and then they'll be done. Let's give them a hand for all their hard work. Clap it up. So now we'll go back into the furnace to gather some more glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. From there, she strips some of the glass off the end of the pipe. And now she'll shape that glass and blow into it, creating a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. She'll go in with that block. That's a tool that helps shape the glass. It's a piece of fruit wood that's been soaking in water. Then she'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it to create a bubble. So as she rolls the bubble over the cane, she'll be able to pick up the cane that they heated up. This will give us the really pretty lines in the in this on the surface of the glass. Right now it has texture, but she'll get it nice and hot and all melted together. Once it's all melted together, she'll continue to expand the bubble, blow it out. So we'll work to get the glass nice and hot in the glory hole. So she'll go into the glory hole, keep the glass rotating. That glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's only used to reheat the glass. As you can see, when it's super duper orange, that means that it's very hot, soft, and malleable, so she can shape it however she needs or get it all melted together to be able to continue to blow out and shape the glass. So now on the left side of the hot shop, they'll lay some color over a clear bubble. This is known as a color overlay. And we're going to create a little cup of color to function as the lip around the bowl. So a really beautiful solid color wrap around the bowl. On the right side of the hot shop, this is a blow your own hands-on workshop. So if you're interested in creating something on the hot shop floor, your own piece out of glass, go ahead and ask the visitor service desk, and if there's a few slots available, you'll be able to come down and make a glass object with the youth artist as your leaders. So now, as you can see, that glass is super duper hot. He'll lay it over the clear bubble, go in with the diamond shears and remove the extra materials. They'll then lay this color all the way back over that the clear bubble. We're going to make a little cup of color. So the items that they're making in the Blow Your Own today are floats, and you'll see that they just completed one. And then they're going to put it into the annealing oven to cool down. It can't stay in the natural environment because it'll shock and crack. Let's give them a round of applause for their hard work. So as she rotates here on the marvering table, she's manipulating um, the lines by twisting it. So she's creating a twisty pattern of cane. They were vertical, but now they're rotating around that bubble. Let's go ahead and pan the camera to the middle of the hot shop. Thank you. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we continue to work in and out of these reheating chambers, as you can see, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire bricks within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. We are making a glass bowl here at the middle bench, and on the right side of the hot shop, the Hilltop Artist Alumni Youth Artists are guiding hands-on glass making experiences, and they're making floats. She'll use her jacks to carve into the glass to help remove extra material, then in with those diamond shears and she'll snip it away in a 360. The diamond shears cut in a 360, so they'll remove the extra material in one snip. She'll use paper. She'll use papers to shape the glass. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. That'll allow her to shape the glass almost as if she's using her bare hands. Can we turn the mic up just a little bit? As she blows into the pipe there, it'll continue to expand the bubble. Will carve into the glass. She will tighten her grip, and as the jacks carve into the glass, we're creating a line of tension. It'll also work as a reference point, indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We're making a bowl, but we're gonna shape the bottom before we open the top. So now we're going to remove the body of the bowl off of the initial blowpipe onto a transfer rod so we can clean up the opposite side. So he'll gather the glass from the furnace, rotate it on the table, set up the transfer connection bit there at the end of the pipe. Then we'll attach it to the body of the bowl. All right, so now we'll attach that transfer rod onto the bottom of the bowl. She'll put a little bit of water on the jack line. Thermoshock will set in. She'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. It's really important while they work that the piece stays on center. So when transferring it from one rod to the other, it can kind of fall off center. So she did some adjustments to make sure that it's on center. And now she'll go back into that reheating chamber to get it nice and hot so we can start to open up the lip, the mouth of the bowl. So on the right side of the hot shop, we have our hands-on workshops happening today. So if you're interested in coming down onto the hot shop floor and creating your own float, you're more than welcome to sign up and get and pay for the workshop at the visitor service desk. And here in the middle of the hot shop, we're making a bowl with some really pretty pattern on the surface. As she angles her hand, she'll slowly rotate back and forth to help open up that lip of the bowl. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. The hands-on workshop glass that they're making today is a float. So now we'll bring a little cup of color to the top portion of the lip to add it to the bowl. She'll go in with the papers to slowly shape it all together. We'll add a little puff of air to help expand the two pieces. A little water to disconnect the pipe. We'll tap it and remove that extra pipe. So we're using the tool to add some air into the body of the bowl. That's called a soffietta. It's a little puffer tool. Today in the hot shop, we have our hands-on experiences, and then in the middle of the hot shop, we are creating a bowl. The Hilltop Artists, youth artists, are leading our hands-on workshop for the day. So they're making floats. The last one we made was more bowl-like. This one is actually more vessel-like, so I apologize. I thought it was a bowl, but it's a vessel. It's a vase. We'll give it a little flash there at the back of the pipe. We'll prepare this area to take the piece off of the end of the blowpipe. So we want this area to be nice and hot, so we'll hit it with the torch. So now Max is suited up to be able to catch the piece off of the pipe. Those Kevlar gloves will protect his skin from physically being burned, but he can still feel the thermal energy radiating through the materials. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. We'll hot torch it and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Everything here that's stamped with the Museum of Glass logo also is available in the store. So if you have any interest, yeah, we can give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. So if you have any interest in taking something from the museum home today, be on the lookout for our items in the shop. It'll go into the annealing oven where it will rest overnight right here to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We can't just leave it in the hot shop because then it'll crack because those inner layers are nice and hot and those outer layers are cool. So we have to anneal it in the oven overnight. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. So for the items we were making today, they had lines in it, and that's because we pulled cane out. So we're going to prepare to pull some more cane. And so we'll stretch the glass over these ladders here. And that's how you'll get lines in the surface of the glass, is by pulling cane, chopping it down, and then rolling it up over a clear bubble. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. We'll slowly get back into the process. And then on the right side of the hot shop, our Hilltop artists, youth artists, are leading demonstrations. This is the hands-on, blow your own. If you're interested in making a float here today in the hot shop, you can sign up at the visitor service desk. She'll dip into the furnace to gather some more glass around the color. This will allow her to stretch the glass out across the ladders. That furnace there, it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at 2,100 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. And all of the glass inside the furnace is clear. It just looks orange because it's hot. So now we'll stretch the glass out across the ladder here. It's just like candy when it's nice and hot, and then when it cools down, it's like sugar candy when they pull it out. Then when it cools down, it gets like that Jolly Rancher consistency. You can't go too fast and you can't go too slow, so those gradually stretch it out. So over here on in the hot shop, we are having hands-on blow your own. They're making floats for today, and then in the middle of the hot shop, we're preparing clear cane to be stretched across the ladder. When these cane cool down a bit, we're gonna chop them up. Once we chop them up, we'll then be able to roll them on top of the bubble. It'll give us pattern on the surface of the glass, lines of pattern. So here in the hot shop, we have our furnaces that are full of that 1,000 pounds, or they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And the furnaces are those ovens there with the silver tanks and the doors on the front. And so as we continue to take the glass out of the furnace, we have to refill it, and it's a process known as charging the furnace. And our hot shop technician, every week or every other week, when those levels start to get too low, if you dip into the furnace and it becomes very shallow, it hurts the knuckles to dip super low and be exposed to those very high temperatures because it takes more of an effort. And so our hot shop technician will recharge the furnaces to refill those levels. Can we see the charging the furnace video to learn how the furnaces get glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So the process will start by dipping into the furnace to gather glass. As we dip into the furnace, you'll rotate that rod and that glass can turn a certain level of viscosity, which will allow it to adhere to itself as we rotate. She'll start with a tiny gather to begin. Can we see the furnace diagram? As she dips into the furnace, you'll see there that it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. She'll go in with that block to help cool down the outer layers of the glass. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. It's black because, of course, it's been charred by the heat. It's just wood. We blew into the end of the pipe and capped it to create a bubble, just like blowing a piece of bubble gum. Similar, not exactly the same. That bubble will allow us to make something hollow in glass today. So this is how you have the void in your cup or the void in your bowl. That's how it starts. But we're working upside down before we work right side up. So this will be the top of the piece there, or the bottom of the piece there will also be the bottom of the bowl. Dipping into those ovens and furnaces, it'll start to get warm to touch on the pipe there. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat. But it will start to get hot, so we'll cool it down in the pipe cooler. We're heating up our cane that we chopped up, that we pulled out and chopped up. We're heating it up now. We're going to roll it over the clear bubble. This will give us pattern in the surface of the glass. So now she'll go into the reheating chamber to get the cane that she rolled up and the bubble all nice and hot and melted together. As they work in and out of the reheating chambers, that'll just keep the glass nice and hot. We want the glass to be super orange at some parts, so we're able to shape it and blow it out at the bench. That reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's only designed to reheat the glass. As she rotates the glass there, she'll be able to control it and turn it into a spiral, turn that pattern into a spiral. She'll use those papers as he blows into the end of the pipe there to help guide the glass and shape it. The papers are folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water. We'll give a little preheat there at the end of the pipe. We're going to get this area nice and hot so we can carve into the glass to create a jack line. This is a reference point that'll help us indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So that's why she's hitting it with the torch. So in with those jacks, she'll cinch her grip. She'll start to squeeze and carve into the glass right in that line, creating a jack line. So we'll begin to shape the bottom. We have to shape the bottom before we remove it off of the blowpipe. before we're able to work on the top. Today we are offering the hands-on workshops. As you can see, we had some participants earlier. I think there are a few more open slots if you're interested in creating a float and taking it home. Not today, but we'll ship it to you later. You're welcome to sign up at the at the visitor services desk. So we'll continue to flatten the bottom, and then next we'll transfer it off of this initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side. So now we'll add this transfer rod on the bottom of the vessel. We'll give it a moment to set itself up. We'll put a little bit of water on the jack line she carved in earlier. Thermal shock will set in. We'll tap the pipe, and the vibrations will release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. So we'll add a little cup of color to the lip. This will give us a really pretty band of color on the very top of the vessel. So we'll go in with this tool to be able to blow some more air into the body of the vase. This is known as a soffietta, and that translates to little puffer tool. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. We'll tap the pipe. And then we'll torch it with the hot torch and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Everything that's, most things in the store are made here in the hot shop, so be sure to look out for our pieces in the store. Sorry. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent shock. We're going to take a lunch break for about 1 hour now. We'll be back in about 1 hour to do it all again. So we'll see you guys shortly after lunch.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle. No pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. They're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm going to leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. A little bit of heavy check? Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yeah. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glassblowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the Hot Shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No.
Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens in. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself, And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane and then the Encalmo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background is that
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first color type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling. So like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. I'm trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. Everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just figuring out what the Marinis will do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, a one-time thing. This will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 20, 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work. I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut
through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoy it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make a large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay.
I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pull. We'll get better.
Exactly. And so for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This polished thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but
Yeah,
it could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. So, 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay!
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello, Immerletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini experienced, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit. So, yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. Earlier this morning, we made some really pretty vessels with pattern in the surface of them, which meant that we rolled up cane. So, as you can see, Sarah was chopping down some cane on the floor here. It's just clear. This is what cane looks like when you chop it down. And then she'll assemble it in a pattern of white and red and clear, red and clear. She'll later in a moment, she'll roll this up over the surface of a clear bubble. And then they'll continue to blow it out. So that's how we'll have pattern on the surface. And I'll give you guys information as we go through that step by step. Later on, we'll also have some hands-on blow your own. So if you're interested in signing up to come down onto the hot shop floor and make a float, the Hilltop Artists, Youth Artists are leading those workshops today. There might be a few more spots available if you would like to learn more. Ask the visitor service desk about the hands-on experiences that are being offered today. So the process will start by dipping into the furnace. The furnace there is that large tank, and as she rotates that steel rod, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which will allow it to adhere to itself. She'll come out with a little gather to start, let it chill a bit. She'll give it a little shaping, and then she'll go back in to add a little bit more glass before she's ready to blow it out. She'll use the block to shape the glass. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. It's black because of it being burned, but it's just wood. She'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it there, and a bubble will come out of the end of the pipe, similar to the shape of a balloon. This bubble is the hollow space that you can find in a cup or a bowl. We're working upside down, though, before we turn the piece right side up. So in just a moment, Max is heating up the platter of cane. Sarah will go over to the cane that's laying down on the plate, and she'll rotate this bubble over the surface, and she'll pick them all up. And this is how we're going to add pattern to the surface of the vessel she's making. Do you guys have any questions? So when we go in and out of the reheating chamber, the one that Sarah's standing in front of now, there's only heat inside of these reheating chambers. They rest at about 2,300 degrees. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're only designed to reheat the piece. And then the furnace where she's dipping in now to rotate that bubble, that's how we gather glass. Those hold all the molten hot glass. They rest at about 2,100 degrees. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So now she'll melt the cane into the surface of that bubble so they'll all become nice and gelled together, and then she'll begin to manipulate the pattern to make it, it's vertically placed right now. We're going to twist it into a spiral. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as we work in and out of this glory hole, as you can see, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand very high temperatures, and so as she continues to get the glass super duper orange, that indicates that it's soft and it's really, really hot. And so as you can see, she's moved from the reheating chamber to the table, and as she holds the glass there at the end of the table and rotates at that angle, it's spiraling the cane that she laid on earlier. Thank you. If you're ever curious to know what's happening here in the Hot Shop, we live stream Wednesday through Sunday. We're open from 10 to 5 daily, so you can always get onto our live stream to learn about what's happening here on our website. On the left side of the Hot Shop, they created a little cup of color that will add to the lip portion of this vessel that we're making. So we're going to put it on the top and then open it up so it'll have a really pretty band around the top of color. So now she'll carve into the glass, creating a jack line. This will help indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. Those jacks are a great tool for carving and shaping, so as she pinches, the two blades will cinch into the glass. He's blowing into the end of the blowpipe there to expand the bubble. She'll use those papers to shape the glass. Those papers are just folded up newspaper that have also been soaked in water. And that'll allow her to shape the glass almost like she's using her bare hand. So now we'll follow the bottom with a paddle. It's just a wooden paddle. So we'll start to flatten the bottom. And then next we'll transfer it off of this initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side. So now we'll connect the transfer rod to the bottom of the face. Give it a second to set itself up. We'll add some water to that jack line we carved in earlier. She'll tap the pipe and it'll release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. So now we'll add that small cup of color to the top portion. She'll help shape it up a bit with the papers. Put a little bit of water on that on the jack line there. We'll tap it to release that additional pipe. When they add water, thermal shock sets in, and then when they tap it, the vibrations will help release any extra material or the pipe that it's connected to. Now she'll start to clean up the lip by slowly plucking it out, and then she'll use her shears to eliminate any extra material. And now we'll prepare to take the piece off the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight. If you don't properly anneal the glass, it can crack. It can't just be left in the room temperature due to thermal shock. For all my youth visitors today that are 12 and under, be sure to check out the Kids Design Glass application on the table in the Grand Hall. And that is a program we have here where one piece, if you design something and the hot shop picks it through your submission, one piece will go home with you and one piece will stay in our permanent collection on rotation. You can see a lot of the other kids design glass pieces in the art alley in the Grand Hall, just past the Grand Hall. And now we're going to take the piece off the pipe. We'll put a little bit of water on the back of the pipe there. We'll tap it. And then we'll hot torch it with the torch that Ben's holding in his hand and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Everything in the store that has the Museum of Glass logo was made here by the Hot Shop team, so be sure to check out the items in the store. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. Into the annealing oven, it will go where it'll rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. So we'll get started by dipping in the furnace there. That furnace is it's a big old tank of molten hot glass. It rests at about 2100 degrees. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And so you'll see dipping into the furnace. It's like dipping into a jar of honey. So as you rotate, you'll be able to gather some glass. She's going to capture a color bar. Color bar is what we use to add color to the glass. But she's going to pull it out across the ladders here. We're going to make some cane. And then we'll incorporate the cane that we make into the process. She'll heat the color bar up and shape it up a bit, and then she'll add some clear glass around it again. And then in a moment when she's ready, she'll pull it across the ladders that are laying here on the floor. We need this cane so we can add pattern to the surface of the glass, so we'll be able to add stripes to the glass. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So as that pipe starts to get a little hot, she'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool it down. Steel is not the best conductor of heat, but as we continue to dip into these high temperature ovens and furnaces, it'll start to warm up a bit. And then as she shapes this, in a moment, she'll be ready to pull it out across the hot shot. So once we stretch it out, we'll just let it chill there for a minute before we're able to lay it down and break it off the end of the pipes. After we pull it out like this, then we'll chop it down in a moment, and then we'll use it as a part of the process for pattern. Now we'll pull out some clear cane. After we pull the clear cane, then we'll get started making the vase. So now we'll place the cane on the pattern. We'll place the cane on the platter. We'll get that nice and hot. And once that starts to come up to temp, then we'll start to blow the bubble out. And we're making a vase. And then on the right side of the hot shop, we'll have some hands-on experiences, blow your own experiences, so you're able to take a float home after it cools down. So now we'll dip into the furnace. That furnace there holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at about 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you rotate that rod there, you'll see the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. She'll come out, shape the glass up a bit with that block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. It's black because it's been charred, but it's just wood. It'll help cool down the glass, shape it up a bit. Then eventually in a moment, she'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble. So now that the cane is all heated up, that colorful pattern that'll be laid on the surface of the bubble, she'll roll it over in just a second. If we could move over to the far left bench of the hot shop so we can see the roll up of the cane, that'd be awesome. She added a bit more glass to the skin of the bubble. Welcome to the hot shop. We're making a vessel today. So now we'll lay the pattern on the bench there. When it's hot, as you can see, it's all orange, but when it cools down, it'll be yellow. There's the bubble. And now she'll go into the reheating chamber to get it all nice and hot and melted together. That reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees, and it is only designed to reheat the glass to keep it hot, super hot during the process, so we can shape the glass between the bench and the marbling table. So as she rotates the glass on the table there, if she holds it at a certain angle and twist, she'll create the pattern of it spiraling. They started off vertically, but we changed the rotation of the cane. So use those jacks to carve into the glass to eliminate extra material and to clean up the pattern there at the very end. There on the left side of the hot shop, they are making a little cup of color that will add to the vessel here in the middle. And so what they did was add some color to the clear bubble. And that's how we'll get a solid finish. So it's just a tiny color cup. Similar to this one here, but smaller. So as he blows into the end of the pipe there, she'll use the papers to guide the glass. The newspapers are just folded up paper soaked in water. She'll flatten the bottom. We have to shape the bottom before we can work on the top of a piece. So we'll flatten the bottom and prepare this glass to be removed from the initial blowpipe to a transfer rod so we can clean up the opposite side. Now we'll attach that transfer rod right there at the connection point, allow it to cool down just a bit, and then she'll add some water to the jack line. When she adds water, thermal shock will set in. She'll tap the pipe and remove the glass from the blowpipe. She'll go in with the jacks angled up to slowly start to open up the mouth of the vessel. And now we'll add a small cup of color to the lip of the vase. Should go in with papers to help shape it up a bit. So now we'll use the little puffer tool, that tool to blow into the shoulders of the vase. It's known as a soffietta. So now she'll continue to open up the mouth of the vessel by going in and angling the jacks in a certain position to help widen it. And he'll follow with that paddle just to keep the very top nice and even. And then on the right side of the hot shop here, we are, the Hilltop artists are hosting hands-on workshops where you can create your own float today. So when this piece cools all the way back down to room temperature, it'll be a really pretty yellow cane. It's just still very hot. So you can't see the yellow until it cools all the way down. Now she'll prepare to take it off the pipe, and then we'll put it away. She'll use that torch to flash that little connection point of glass there to get it nice and hot. So when we add water to the glass, thermal shock will set in and help release the glass from the pipe. As you can see, Max has put on his gloves and the suit to catch the piece off the end of the pipe. Came back at the same moment. He'll put a little heat on his mittens. We'll put some water on that connection point. Tap the pipe. He'll catch it, then we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. So it is glass and sometimes it does break. And so what happened was the very end of the punty got fused to the very tip of the glass, the bottom of the glass, and so it cracked. Let's give them a big round of applause. And in just a moment, we're going to do it all again, so you'll be able to see how we got to the vase and the lines, the stripes on the surface. So we'll start by cutting down some clear cane to complement the yellow cane. We'll lay that on a platter, on a shelf, a little piece of kiln shelf over there, and we'll do it all again from the beginning. So she'll start by getting the pipe nice and hot because hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. Once it gets a bit warm, she'll go into the reheating chamber, the furnace, and gather some glass. She'll dip into the furnace, gather some glass. It looks like it's orange, but that's only because it's hot. The best part about when things do fall in the hot shop, you'll be able to see the true color they'll be when they're cooled down. And so, as you can see, that really pretty orange hot glass is now becoming yellow with a beautiful blue combination. So, when the glass is orange like this, it just indicates it's super duper hot. When it cools down, it'll be clear. Now she's blown into the end of the pipe there to create the bubble. This bubble is what she'll rotate over the pattern, the cane that Max is currently going to heat up to get nice and hot. So now we're going to roll the bubble on the plate to rotate and gather. If we could pan the camera over to the left side of the hot shop to watch them roll up the cane. So after she's picked up the cane, that'll add some color and pattern to the surface of the glass. And then she'll go directly into the reheating chamber to get it all hot together, all hot and melted together. That glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees, and it's only designed to reheat the glass. So as she rotates the glass on the table there, she'll be able to manipulate the pattern by twisting the glass and creating a spiral. We're making a vase in the hot shop today, and on the right side of the hot shop, the Hilltop Artists youth instructors are leading hands-on glassmaking workshops. So carve into the glass with the jacks to remove the extra material, and then in with those diamond shears to release it. So now we'll carve into the glass to create a jack line. This will help remove the bubble or help separate the bubble from the end of the pipe. This will also indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It's really important to have a well carved in jack line to be able to remove the glass from the initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side. That cloth-like material is just newspaper that's been soaked up, that's been folded up and soaked in water. It allows her to shape the glass almost as if she's using her bare hands. And we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. That reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. To get the glass nice and hot, we're going to work on shaping the bottom now. Okay, in just a moment, we will prepare to transfer this glass off of the initial blowpipe onto a transfer rod. So now we'll add this little color cup to the lip, which will add a really beautiful color block to the top of the glass. So as she goes in and angles her hand, she'll be able to help open up the glass just a bit. So as she tweezes it out just a little bit, then she'll be able to use her shears to go in and release any extra materials. So with those papers, she'll put a few final touches on the shape. And that is how a vase is made. So we'll just heat the connection point there, get it nice and hot. Then we'll take it off the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. So Max will get suited up to be able to catch the piece off the pipe. A little water on that connection point. We'll tap the pipe and release it. Let's give them a big round of applause. And then we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Everything that is stamped with the MOG logo has been made here in the Hot Shop by the Hot Shop team. Into the annealing oven where it'll cool overnight is where we'll place it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. Thanks so much for hanging out with us here in the Hot Shop. That's it for the day.